Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you are having an amazing day. Today, we are going to be digging out an area for just a small build. Totally small. It's totally not gonna probably take a little bit of time. But last time, we did the interior in here, meaning that technically the only reason why I'm going to be here is for levels, or if we're doing another old one of you guys have thorns. An older civilization build, please let me hit you. Rude. Please? Thank you. Come on. You as well. Alright. And then I could put away the sword. Figured it wouldn't hurt to try and get some levels. And we got to level 30. So, technically, we can enchant something if we so wanted to. But the plan today is to both dig out an area for an observation area, because I feel like because this current civilization that is underneath this giant building is underground because of the weather conditions and everything, they'd probably want to keep an eye on what is happening upstairs. So what I'm going to do is head downstairs, and somewhere to the right of... To the right or to the left? I'm leaning to the right, personally. Somewhere to the right, we'll have an area where it basically goes into the wall, and then you'll have a large opening, and then it'll open up into an area where you can observe the surface safely without enduring any of the harsh weather conditions. Which shouldn't be too bad. I think the hardest part about this entire build, from what I can see in my brain, is actually just going to be the glass. There might be some other materials that I'm going to be missing off the top of my head, but I think we'll be fine for now, especially since we're going to be focusing on just the excavation of the area rather than anything else. And this is going to be on the outskirts. I want it to remain somewhat uniform, so I need to figure out how to make a curve, because this is going to be the center, meaning that from, let's see here, from here over, and then from here and over will be the same, just so I'll have a general idea of where I'm going to be digging. Of course, I'm going to try and make it so it's not too uniform, but I still want it to be uniform enough to where we don't have to worry about, hey, this doesn't look right after we're done digging it out. Because we can always add, we can always subtract. That's easy enough. But as a base, that's usually what I'm going to do. But because I don't have that all dug out, this is going to be interesting, to say the least. That is fortune. It'll be fine. It'll be fine because I can always repair it. The time that I can't repair it is when I need to worry. And technically that's going to go in by one over here. How do we do it up here? I think that's by 7. I think I'm going to increase it by Well, considering how far it is, I'm probably going to end up increasing it by at least, I want to say 9. So in total, probably 16 on the edge here. And then over here would be a lot more. We'll see. Worst comes to worst, we're not happy with the shape and we'll just change it. Excavation is the main goal. I need to keep reminding myself that, otherwise I will try to figure out the exact way to get a good curve. Especially since I don't want it to look too perfect of a circle. I want there to be some inconsistencies with it. Because I feel like that makes sense. It'll make a whole lot more sense than there just being a random perfectly circular cave. I mean, sure. Sometimes you see perfectly square ones in Minecraft. I actually haven't seen one in Minecraft in a very long time. Or I guess it wasn't perfectly square. It was the relatively spherical ones, but still. I haven't seen one of those in a little bit. From what I can remember, anyway. Alright. You know what? Since I'm not in immediate danger, I think I'll keep the torches in my offhand. Because that should be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, one more. At the very least, one more. I will definitely change it up a bit, but that'll be fine. As long as the walkway remains at least technically too wide if you count the little things that could be on the side, like the grass or the edge of the bridge over here. So at least a 2 wide walkway, but almost always 3 wide just because I'm not going to make it too cramped, or at least try not to. There we go. And I can't make this too close either, because I do want this to be relatively big. Ooh, I will take that lapis, though. I don't think I'm running low on lapis, but never hurts to grab. There we go. If we're having this by the storage, there is probably 5 blocks, 6 blocks that we have to just avoid. We could probably put maybe a little stand or something right along here. It would just be like a small little shop of sorts. Nothing too much. And it'd probably only be maybe 2 or 3 blocks deep at the most. And that's with the walls. So we'd end up replacing the walls, but I feel like that would be good. And this is close enough to the surface that I shouldn't have to worry too much about it being too far away from the surface. Because I'd rather it be on this level than that level, just due to the fact that this wall is so far away. So we can't really have a bridge over there unless we have a very long bridge over to one of the edges, which I don't think would be quite right. I mean, it could be, but at the moment, I think it would be better on this floor. Especially since we've already established that this floor has things inside of the walls on the edges. So if that's there... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. If that's there, we should probably go at least 5 more before we start making an entrance into what will be the observation area. And I feel like this observation area would be mostly just to check on what's going on with the weather. Nothing... It wouldn't be for, hey, there's invaders or anything like that. Or at least I don't think that would be the main purpose for this. I think legitimately it would just be for the purposes of trying to make sure that the weather's doing all right enough that up there doesn't become too thin and then the cave ends up collapsing in on itself. So I feel like they would have to do a lot of managing with that. I think what I might do to also help out with that is to make little supports out of the cave itself. Kind of like what you see in the natural generation of the larger caves. Just so it doesn't look like it's going to immediately just collapse under the pressure. Because if it's too open, especially if there's going to be dirt on the ceiling, so I think I'm going to not replace it, but probably put at least slabs on the bottom of a fair chunk of the dirt up there. Just so it doesn't look like the ceiling could easily collapse at any moment in time. Because that would probably not be beneficial. Alright. I think I'm gonna open this up just a tad. Because I'm not gonna do the entire floor just yet. I'm fine if some areas have bigger walkways or bigger areas. Because I think this will definitely end up being one of those. Because it's not curving as much as it would if I were going around being like, okay, I need to dig this far out, I need to dig this far out. Something I could do, though, as just a base starting point for any of this is going out from each direction of our ladder and just digging out where the edges would be. It's not entirely accurate because of the amount of times I have failed at making circles, but it's accurate enough that it wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna do that. How long is this? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. So 54 from here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, That'd be 11. Just so I don't have the water just run out. So that's 11. It was 56, right? So just 45 times? That should be good. Not 45 times, 45 blocks more. Which is going to be... Well, that's 5. It's 5 each time. So 9? 9 more times. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 1 more. Lovely. That is a very, very long distance. All right. I have a lot of digging ahead of me. So all the way from there, it needs to connect to there. If it's going to be 16, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Right? How big did I make this section? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15. You know what? I was actually close on the guesstimate. So if it's 15, this is the center. So there should be 7 on either side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey! All right. There's 7 over here. Most likely there's 7 on the other side, but we'll find that out later. This is already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know what? Either way, we're going to end up digging a little bit further out. So if we do end up failing the circle, it'll be fine. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 4. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Well, that's going to be 6, 7, and 8. One, and I just need to do this 3 times. If I did this right. Honestly, for a first try, I doubt I did this right, but you know what? It happens. What are the coordinates? This is 28, negative 53. That's not too bad. 28, negative 53. 28, negative 53. I don't even think it's far enough that way. So I'm definitely off. How off am I? I guess we'll find out. I might need to make it a lot bigger on either end. So right here, this is going to be... Oh, we were way off. All right. So this is 1. So 7 in this direction. Ooh, cool. I'm going to grab that coal, because that is something I'm still hurting on. And then I can make some more torches as well. I'll keep it open just to show that I have dug it out, so I don't just randomly come across a hole for no reason. And this will be... I'll just continue the same pattern that I did last time, and then once they converge, or hopefully they do. They might not, actually. Let's do 12 instead. So this is already 2, so I need to do it 2 times. Give. Thank you. And 1 more. That's going to be 12. So it goes from 16 to 12. No, 15 to 12. Let's go from 12 to 6. Ooh, more coal. So only once. Actually, let's do 7. I don't have a reason for it, but I have a feeling that'll probably be better. Give me all of the coal. Thank you. I am so glad. Oh, damn. I'm so glad we have Fortune 3 now. So that's going to be 7 from 7. We could do 4. And then we can do a 1. And then we can do 4, 7. There we go. This is 7. Last one was 12. So we need 2 of these. 3, 4, 5. And then the last one was 15. I mean, we got closer. Because once we have this at least dug to the point where we can see the general curve of where we need to be, then we'll be able to dig out the area a lot better. All right. I think going from 15 to 12 was a good one. But I think we could do better. Instead of 15, let's go up to probably 18. So it'll be 18 on either side. So we'll go all the way back here. If this is the center... Oh, but it wouldn't be an even center. We're going to need an even center. So it's going to have to be... Let's do 19 then. Alrighty then. So 19, 18, 9. So we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. From 18, we'll go to what? Probably... There's 18. Let's do 15. So it's going to be 1... Would it count from here? No, it would count from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. From 15, we can go to... We could probably get away with 10. So this is 1... And then 2. Alrighty then. Please. Lovely. Honestly, because this is the edge of this area, we can make a water area. Alright. That's not what I wanted to do, but alright. I'm going to make some more torches. Block it off. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Lovely. I need to empty my bags real quick. A part of me thinks that we should be using the Silk Touch because we already have a whole ton of cobblestone. I guess that wouldn't be the worst idea. Because it means we wouldn't have to smelt all of our stuff. There we go. A whole lot of lapis. I'll take it. Put the copper away as well. You know what? We're going to come across more gravel. That's not a lot of gravel, but I'll put away all of the cobble and granite. There we go. That should be good for now. That's the Silk Touch. I'll put the iron pick in there, and we can just use this so we can get some stone. And then if we come across any ores, I'll use my fortune. So from 10, we should probably go to... We could probably go to 8? Let's do 7 instead. So this is 1, 2, 7. From 7, we can go to 3, then 1. So 1, 2, 3. 1. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. That's the one. This is going to be 3 again. So 1, 2, 3. And then 7, 2, 3. Oh, dang it. I mean, that works. And 7 came from 10. So I'm going to need one more. That's already going to be 6, right? Oh, no, it's still 5 because I was all the way back. Lovely. That's not so lovely. All right. Where is that water coming from? And why? Is it... Oh! Alright, alright. That is kind of something I do want to keep. So what I'll do is temporarily block it off. Since that is, I believe, my villager elevator. And I'll put a hole there showing that we're not going to go further than that. So that is 10. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is also going to be down. And then we'll go over. So from here, what was the one before this? So that's 3, 7, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right. 15 it is. Two, 3, 4. And, well, I didn't want to break those, but all right. Let's try that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And the next one will be 18. Well, not there. 1, 2, 3. Main problem being is that we are too far away from the right side. I mean, we're close. It looks like we're only 6 off. So if we lengthen the 7 to... Actually, we can lengthen the shorter parts. So 7 to 8, then the 3 to 5. So this is going to be the 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is the 10. So this is the 7. So 7 to 8. 3 to 5. And then we have the 1. Then we're going to need 5 again. Lovely. And then we can go to 8 this time. There we go. And then from 8 is 10. So that's going to be 6 because I went too far forward. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it goes to 15. So this should only dig out 4. Yep. So it's 15. Is this somehow going to be worse than the other one? Because if this is 15, then we're going straight to 18. Right? So from here, we need 3. I'm still 3 off. I'm 3 off, and technically this isn't going to be right. Which means I'm going to need it to have a more abrupt curve than what I have. So instead of it going from 18 to 15 to 10 to 7 to 5, wait, it wasn't 7, it's 8 to 5 to 1. Let's get rid of the 5 part and make it, what, 13? So it goes from 18 to 15. It would be 13, but let's instead do 12 and then make it, instead of a 1 whole divot, it could be a 2 divot. Yes, it'll make a exact corner, but once we start actually creating the actual cave itself, we'll add different stairs and slabs and everything, as well as foliage to hopefully make it so it doesn't look like just a random corner. So this is 18, 15, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's make this eek, eek, eek. Let's make this 12. And then the next one will be 10. Keeping it the same, and then we'll still have the corner thing. 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can take that back since that's not a corner anymore. So that's 10. Because we're going from 18 to 15 to 12 to 10 to 2? That seems too abrupt. That seems too abrupt. So if I instead make the 12 into a It's 15 up there, so it'd have to be 13 as the highest, which would make this 9. And it goes from 9. You know what? Instead of doing it this way, I'm also going to work on this side as well. Probably going to be the easier way to do this. So from the center, it needs to be 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it goes 18, 15. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 15. And it's 15 to 13. So twice. Oh, I can hear the villagers downstairs. We must have had some babies. I haven't checked up on that area in a little bit because I have been throwing them potatoes every once in a while, so makes sense. So 18 to 15 to 13 to 9, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's gonna be 6, 9. And from there, this is where it changes off. This is going to be 9, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we have 5 block difference. Going from here, we could have it be 4 on either side, but then we're just gonna have a random one. So it's already gonna be misshapen unless we change the amount. Lovely. I'm getting close though. I don't know why making circles is so difficult. But here we are. Just in case, I am going to recount this. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So that's 15. I'll have one every 15. So on the 15th one, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. On the 15th one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I was consistently placing torches. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hi, Lily. So 12 plus. Dude, you're good. You're good. As long as you're not, like, doing anything that needs to be paying attention to, you do not need to pay attention. Because there's not one after this, that's just 3, so that's already 40. No, it's not. Yes, it is. That's 45. So that's 45 plus 12. That's 57? Well, I figured out half the issue. Is that really 57? Hold on. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 50. It is 57. All right. First off, I did my math right. Hooray. Second off, I did my math wrong when I initially dug that, which is definitely what's affecting it. Which is fine, because it's supposed to be 56, because all the way down there is 56 blocks away from right here. So that means if we push it inward, and then any of this that is outside of that range, so that includes this spot right here, actually I'll put that up there, is going to be pushed down by 1. Which will actually help a few things out. Good, my inventory situation is not too bad. Still not great, but it's not too bad. Could be a lot worse. Right here, I need to put a torch. Goes in. Alrighty then. Thank you for the eerie noise. That is fantastic. Doesn't put me on edge at all. No. I mean, sure, I know this place isn't the best lit area, but come on. We go over. I'm gonna dig the ground of this one real quick. That's gonna be like that the entire way, right? Yep. Looks like it. There we go. Okay, good. I thought that was really poorly lit for a second, but no, that was just normal lighting. Would have been concerning otherwise. Right here, it'll go in. So from here, it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it meets up directly at a corner. 2, 3, 4, 5, but that's 6. It's just ever so slightly off. Hold on. So we have technically half of 18, but we have 18. This should be 50. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, I guess we're not counting the first block, which makes sense. We're only counting the edges. So that's 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Then this should be 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Over here is going to be... So this is the 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3. Wait. 1, 2, 3. Let's not skip over 1. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right. Is in fact 15. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It needs to be 13. It needs to be 13, which means that this one's going to be off. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Which makes that 4, which makes this work. Oh, lovely. I found it. I found a way to make this work. I mean, sure. It comes to a point in the center. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. I'm gonna want that hole there. Lovely. You know what? Definitely not as bad as it could be. Yeah, I did it! Also, hi, Blue. I circled! Well, I made a curve of quarter of the circle, technically, but I at least have the formula down. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. As long as we have the formula, we can do the rest of it. The formula is the hardest part. And I know I don't need to do this just yet, but I might as well. It's a small enough area to just easily clean up that I don't mind just kind of getting rid of that. So that's going to be the actual curve of this platform. Of course, it'll go a little bit further, just like this area, and it'll go down because we're going to have another floor underneath this. It's going to be even bigger. I really signed myself up for a lot when I began this project, but that's beside the point. And because of that gap and because of the way that I have started that, I think I want to try and figure out where the best place to put it would be. It wouldn't be within the last 4 blocks, so probably within this section. So I'll start from here. I'm going to quickly get the coordinates of at least right here. 31, negative 86. 31, negative 86. Not too bad. 31, negative 86. So we're going to have to dig a little to the left. Negative 86. Three, 4. That's negative 87. You know what? That works. Close enough. Okay, nope. With how far away this might be, I'm gonna need to prioritize torches still. Just in case. I'd rather not run into an issue where I create a scary area. Because as much as that would be funny, would not be ideal. Ooh, there's coal. I do want that coal. I'm gonna grab that coal. There we go. If we do ever dig out too much, we already need to work on the actual shaping of the cave itself, so when we get to that stage where we're gonna texture the walls and everything, we can easily fix whatever mistakes we make. Because I have a feeling this is probably just a little too far. Just a tad. Between those two areas, that is 4 blocks. You know what? Before I try and dig more, I'm gonna empty my inventory so I don't run out of inventory and then have to do it later. Granite, gravel, andesite, diorite, and where's dirt? Dirt? Dirt! Lovely. And then, of course, the coal. I mean, we do have a fair chunk of coal now. I'm still gonna keep it as precious because that is all the coal we have at the moment. I play Java. Like, I haven't played Bedrock in a fairly long time, but I do. I'm playing on Java right now. It is the one I personally prefer. There's still a few things that I haven't done quite yet. That was part of the most recent update that I probably should do, but I'm nervous to attempt, I'll be honest. I know it's probably there for Bedrock as well, but this reminded me of it. And that is the copper golems. Because I don't honestly know how they work. And it took me a while to actually organize my space. Probably, oh, dang it. I probably should have looked that up. Just so I can have a vague understanding, but it's fine. We could do trial or error. Don't think that's the phrase. We could do trial and error and figure it out ourselves once we make one. I do have all the materials for it. You know what? Next time I empty my inventory, I'm going to put copper into the furnaces so I can have more copper on hand. You have to wax them with beeswax or they turn into all. Yeah, I wouldn't want that to happen. Oh, right. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. I forgot to dig down. From the center, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we need a hole, hole. And it's just all the way down. Need to remember actually do this part, because I would like to not have to redo the circle again since that took so long. Okay, so because of that, I'll probably wait until I do have bees. Because I am planning to have my bees on this level. I just need to dig this area out just a tad more. Because upstairs I have my... I almost looked up. That would have been a bad idea. But I have my wheat, potatoes, carrots, all of that jazz. And I figured probably a good idea to keep all the nature stuff close-ish together. Even though they're going to be on different floors, this one will at least have a lot more ceiling space, so we're able to actually grow trees. And if there are going to be trees on this level, that is another thing I'm going to need to take into consideration when planning this place out. Because we already have a fairly large section devoted to just the iron golem farm. And I can't really put too much in that specific area, just due to the fact of I need to keep that area spawn proof, which is easier said than done. Speaking of which, I didn't ruin any of I might have ruined it. Hold on. 16 by 16. So I think it's from the outside here over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's 14 to the wall, so 2 behind this wall. Oh no, we're good. I haven't broken the spawn area yet. Yet being the key word, because I know it'll happen, and it'll suck if I don't catch it early. But that's fine. I'm hoping I'll need to do a little bit of research again just to double check and know what blocks are and aren't spawnable. But I'm fairly certain we'll be able to make the area look relatively good while keeping it not spawnable. And actually having a floor still. We'll see. We'll see when the time comes for it. At the moment, I am more focused on the actual things on the platform rather than the platform itself. At least until the time comes where it's like, oh hey, we actually are, like, this whole entire floor is filled with all the things that we need. Like bees, trees, all that jazz. I guess we need to actually decorate the area? Which I have a general image for. Because since this is going to be the first 2 floors are going to be farming and nature related, so there's going to be a lot of foliage I'll be able to kind of play around with. I think path blocks are spawnable though, so I'm going to have to be a little clever with that one. There we go. I don't need to dig all of that out. Hold on. Hold on. This is definitely a much larger space than over here. But honestly, that kind of makes sense, because you wouldn't want to bridge a gap that is too wide. It would be much easier to just bridge gaps that are closer together so you don't have to use as many materials. If this is going to be over to here, this should probably at least somewhat mimic that. Not entirely, but enough so that we know it's not randomly placed in. And it's not too squared off, I guess is the way to put it, I guess. How far away is this? I'm fine with it going in a little bit more in certain areas, but I want to make sure that it doesn't do it too often. So just looking at it from over here, I'm definitely going to have to put an upside down stair next to that, just so it doesn't look like it's a random, oh hey, random 2 blocks. I mean, I'm going to end up doing that with a fair chunk of these areas, similar to what I did on this side. And I think I did a little bit over here as well. That should be fine. When did I blame you? You're the one that put that random dirt block. Or it was me and I just completely forgot. But you know what? For now, because a lot of things have been misplaced by Enderman, I have a good feeling that was probably the Enderman. Just a small hunch. There we go. That's gonna be... I was gonna say that was gonna be a small walkway, but no, we don't even have all of this dug out. So it's gonna be a relatively decent walkway over here in comparison to right over there in front of our storage system. Which does make sense, because the storage system, as much as I want to say it was perfectly planned out, it was not perfectly planned out. I just knew I needed to get a storage, so it's like, okay, this is the best place to put it. Let's run with that. And the storage came to be. And then I dug it all out and placed all the chests. And it wasn't until I was actually doing the walkway that I realized it probably wasn't enough walkway. But you know what? That's fine. They were making do with what they had, and I will do the same. Which will also help with the fact that these are not going to be entirely even. Because we can also make a little seating area right here. Because I'm going to put railings around the edges. Not around all of the edges, but probably around all of these edges. But over here is probably also going to be foliage that's basically saying, hey, don't climb. I'll put a sign, a warning, being like, hey, don't climb on the foliage. Might be the cause of a not so great end if you do. Similar to what you see when you go to the beach and you see the signs of, hey, maybe don't do this. Maybe if you climb over this little ridge into the blackberry bushes, you'll end up getting pricked and you'll probably have a little bit of a fall. Just a little bit. You know what? Not too bad. Not too bad at all. What I do wish, though, is I started from the top, because I'm going to need to get creative when I'm actually trying to get this to the right height, considering there is a whole lot of height to gain back. And I might want to do that at least for this section, so I can actually see what room we have. And I do not have my scaffolding on me. Where did I put my scaffolding? Did I put it in the... I did. I put it in with the building stuff. That makes sense. Hello, Enderman. That's 64. And another 64, so we have 2 stacks. I can put those in the furnaces. I might need to restock them, so I'll just grab the 24. With how much stone we're getting, because I'm using Silk Touch right now, I might want to rethink some of my organization. Because, no, that's still gonna be stone. I'll just... Never mind. I actually thought ahead. Hooray! I love it when I do that. Sometimes, past me can be smart. And I won't even know it until I come across it. There we go, and dirt. Wherever dirt may be. I'm almost positive that, yeah, this chest isn't filled. That's fine. It's in a dirt chest. I just need to remember, hey, I'm very bad at putting things in the most filled chest first. So if I'm out of something, I might want to check all the other chests of that type. So far, I haven't put anything out of order, so yay! I'm keeping my organization. I think the only place that would be a somewhat questionable area would be where the barrels are, but thankfully, I've been doing a relatively good job of also keeping those in check as well. Because I think only 2 of them have anything, and one of them is bundles, and the other one is just random building stuff. So that was the crafting table, the extra stone cutter, and the scaffolding, right? Oh, and chests, right. Yay! I have shown I can keep I can keep organization. I mean, I kept a relatively okay organization before as well. It just was very generalized, so it didn't really work as well. Because it's like, yes, this is the organics chest, this is the mining chest, and this is the extra, or this was the special chest. And then, because a lot of things fall under organic or mining or even special, it just got really, really messy. All right. Scaffolding. That's what I need. I need the scaffolding. I have enough torches that we should be fine. I think I'll go from here to the wall. So that's going to be maybe 7 blocks. I'll probably end up keeping a lot of it uniform until later. Because right here I have it relatively textured. So we have an idea of what we're going for. But I think I'll keep it uniform over here since we're not to that stage yet. You know what? How tall is the ceiling? We have 24 to start out with. We now have 11, so about 13. About 13 blocks tall in the third highest point of our build, right? Yeah, it seems like the third highest part of our fourth, if you count the main island. All right. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Let's go ahead and do this. That's not the right one. You know what? I'll do it to here. All right. I'll do it to here. I already have them placed. Ow. I do want to see how far we need to go. This is technically the end of what we have dug out. I might not go all the way over here since I don't think I'm going to place the observation area all the way over here, but you know what? Just in case, 50, negative 82. Negative 82 is this way, right? It is. Lovely. So, to 50. So about 40 some odd blocks. Lovely. Really? All right. Just a little bit far ways. Just a little bit. I mean, in all fairness, in doing this, we're actually going to be saving ourselves a whole lot of work in the future. Because technically, the whole reason I'm having to do this now instead of earlier is because we're actually working on these areas, because it's part of the reason why I didn't do much in the main base was because I would have to excavate very big areas, and it's very intimidating. Just saying. And since we... Oh, that's... that'll work. Will that work? It can work. We can always fix it later. But because our Skelly farm is done, and the only other farm that I could think of tackling that would be in that same area would be the slime farm, which is a bigger task than I have materials, I'd say. It takes a whole lot of, if I remember correctly anyway, it takes a whole lot of powered rails. I have all the iron for it. Don't know if I have all the gold for it. Or redstone. And then I have to dig out at least the majority of a chunk in order to get the best results. Because I've only made at least from what I can remember, by myself, I've only technically attempted to make a slime farm. It was, I want to say, oh my god, has it really been 5 years? It might have been 5 years ago. That I tried to make a slime farm and I just kind of fell off for one reason or another of that world. Because it was before I started streaming. Oh, that's not the right pick. And the only other time I did it was, I believe, with my dad. But I do remember how to make it. So there's that. I have the knowledge in my head. I just need to do it. Thankfully, slime balls are not something I need a whole lot of, so it's definitely not high on the to-do list. Because I'm trying to think of what I would use slime balls for, except for sticky pistons, slime blocks, leads every once in a while. What else do you use slime balls for? I think that's all. Honestly, I could be wrong and I wouldn't even know. But off the top of my head, that's all you can really do with slime balls unless something was added or I forgot one of the things that was added to. But either way, unless I'm going to start doing a whole lot of redstone just out of the blue, I think I'll be fine. Though there are other redstone things that would be fun to do that wouldn't hurt to do, but still be down in this area that I'm digging out. And it'd be very small things, like probably a sugarcane farm, just so I don't have to worry about just harvesting the sugarcane upstairs. It's a small thing, sure, but it's enough of a thing that it wouldn't hurt. As well as maybe even a pumpkin farm if I wanted to. Because those are fun to make. Those are fun and easy to make, if I remember correctly. I don't remember the entire mechanism, but I'm fairly certain you have, at least the version that I remember doing is you have an observer observing a block, and oh, you need slime balls to breed frogs? Oh. Alright. Alrighty then. I don't have many frogs in my area, but I do want frogs. Alright. Oh. Uh... I am so glad that's under ice right now. Oh, that's not even close. Alrighty then. Okay, so I am gonna want a slime farm just because of the frogs. Because I would like to have frogs and then bring some frog friends into Nether so I can get some frog lights. Because I don't think I've actually tried building with frog lights. At least not in survival. That I can remember. Actually, I don't even think I've gotten them in survival. I am 13 off. Ah, that's not too bad. Am I able to go down by one without just falling off? Looks like it. Lovely. That will be lovely. But yeah, sugarcane. Oh, and moss. Moss farm is higher than a sugarcane farm in the priority list. Legitimately, I use enough moss that it would be nice to just be able to have it without having to randomly get it. Even though I could probably use moss to make this a little bit faster. Also you have to raise tadpoles in different... Oh! Alright, alright. Thank you, May, for informing me. Alright. Since I'm in the snowy biome's green, right? So we get the classic green. I know in the swamp it'd be orange. Because in my last hardcore world, we were in a swamp and I did have frogs. And they were in fact orange. I'm trying to remember the other two colors. Is it white? Would be white and... No, there's only three, right? Is there three or four? How you know I haven't really messed with cold is green? Alright, cool, cool, cool. White is normal? Alright. So that means orange is probably humid? I would assume? There's three? Okay, okay. That makes sense. I can only remember three. There was just a part of me that was like, what if there's four? I mean, if there was a fourth one, it would probably only be in the jungle and it'd actually be toxic. Toxic? Yes, toxic. Orange is normal, white is warm. Ah. It kind of is. I do understand why the white is warm, just going off of it would blend in with the sand, I would assume. But the orange is a bit odd. But then again, at least going off of what I think what color frog I'd see in real life, I think I'd probably see a brown one. I haven't actually seen... Have I seen a frog in real life? That was natural? I have. But they were more tadpoles, so they were very, very... I think they were black or a dark green? Could be wrong. It's very bright that day. It's very bright, and I foolishly was walking on rocks without shoes. So, I'm not entirely certain. There's a lot of zombies. I can dig one more without completely falling off, it looks like. Lovely. There we go. I will say I really do love frogs, though. Especially the ones that are, well, very poisonous. Because sure, they're poisonous, but they're so pretty. Like, even just going off of the tree frog. Tree frog? Don't touch it, ever. So, that would be a very terrible thing to do, but it is definitely one of the prettier ones. And I know there are others that I'm blanking on that are also super colorful, or I just never learned the name of. Because I swear there was a purple frog. I think there's also a frog that is named after glass because you can see the organs when it's alive, which is very neat. Frogs are definitely one of the more interesting creatures. Same with axolotls. I almost fell in that. Because they may not be fluffy like dogs, but they are super cool. I should probably start at the end. Wait, I can actually go further now. Hold on. We are at 38, so we're 12 off. I think we'll be fine as long as we don't go up too much more. At least for now. Once we're actually dealing with the roof and everything, then I'll worry about it. But for now, I'm fine with keeping it where it is. That is about 5 or 6. There's a stray outside. This is 45, so 5 more. 3, 4, 5. And there's coal. Lovely. I will take that. Give me all of the lovely coal. Whoa. We good? Alright. That was concerning. This is a whole lot of coal. I will not complain. In fact, since I have Fortune 3 now, as long as I keep an eye on the durability and everything, I shouldn't have to worry about coal any longer if I'm actually using the Fortune 3 to pick up any coal I find. Which would be lovely. Ah. Alright. That's one way to go downstairs. Not the way I would have preferred, but you know what? Here we are. When you start all the way at the end. And technically, this isn't even going to be the entire end of the ceiling, so I'm not going to curve it too much on this side because we still have a little bit to go before we do that. I'm almost certain. Because we dug into the one right before 4, which was 9, I believe. So we dug into the 9 section, which means we should have another 4 or 5 blocks to curve the ceiling a little bit, and even then we can just add on to it. Should be fine. Okay, so we can drop down too. As long as it's consistent. If it's not, well, I guess I'll learn the hard way. Hence why I'm going to be holding shift, so I don't... Alright. You know what? I have extra sticks. That's not too far of a jump. Let's go ahead and empty our inventory real quick. Bop. And even more coal. And the majority of this is stone. Which we are going to need a lot of in the future. Because I doubt I've done a perfect job of excavating this area. I bet I'm going to have to do a lot of patching. Even if I did a good job on excavating the area, I'm going to need to do patching just due to the fact I'm digging stuff out of the walls, like the coal and the lapis and all of that. Which should be fine. And I know there's going to be another drop-off point that is going to be maybe a little lower than this. Closer to the front, right? Not quite. Alright. I thought there was, but nope. I was wrong. Alrighty then. That means this part... You know what? I'll just dig the floor from here so we don't have to just have a random torch over here. Was there a reason that was there? No. There's a reason it's over there, but not over here. Alright. Lovely. I was concerned for a moment, but we're fine. I didn't break the circle. If I did, Ow. I wouldn't have cried, but it would have been close. Because that circle is a pain. Alright. How about let's not dig myself into the hole. That would be preferable. And then this is going to be 2 down again. Lovely. And thankfully, since I'm not digging out the entire area over here, I'm actually able to do this without worrying too much about my villagers. I'll have to worry about them sometime when I'm digging out this area, but not at the moment. They're safe. I don't have to worry about moving the villager breeder anytime soon, or any of that. No. And the time that does happen, well, I'll deal with it when the time comes. It'll suck. And I'll hope that none of my villagers decide to escape. Because if they do, then I'm going to have to grab the minecarts again. Which, if you saw what happened last time, did not go great. But you know what? I still got those 2 villagers. Eventually. With only a few casualties. It should be fine to get rid of all of this top layer now. Because it shouldn't take long enough for any of that to despawn, right? Maybe. Not entirely certain, but you know what? That's fine. Worst that'll happen is that I'll lose a few blocks of stone, granite, diorite, and copper. Not enough for me to be too concerned. Enough for me to prefer that not to happen, but it'll be fine. And then this is the final one. Since I'm far enough away from the scaffolding, I could technically just do it from here, because I'm not going to make it to the scaffolding. There we go. And I need to make sure that I still have Silk Touch by the time I do actually get beehives. Because I would like to move them after I get them. Unless they spawn in the perfect place, I'm able to actually build a tree around it, which would be difficult. I would want to move them. And as long as we stay to the side, we shouldn't take too much damage. Hopefully. Hey, lovely. Villagers downstairs are freaking me out. I know they're just working at their stations, but was not expecting to hear that sound. It just kind of sounded like someone was placing dirt. You know, a sound you totally want to hear when you're in a single-player world. And you're not actively placing dirt. There we go. Honestly, I mean, sure, we can't see a fair chunk of it because this part isn't gone. But just with that gone, I think that's going to help us a lot. I mean, of course, there's this section that's not quite as curved as I'd want it to be, but I can fix that. Where is... There's one. Oh, there it is. Actually, can I reach this? I can reach a fair chunk of it. And the wall doesn't start curving until over there. It should probably be curving a little bit faster than that, but you know what? It's fine. It could be a very big area. There we go. Just going from that. I mean, we kind of fix this area. What we can do is we can keep it a little flat over here. We can put slabs right underneath it, so it's just a ever so slight shift in height. Enough so that you can be like, oh, hey, there is more depth here than there just being a random corner. And I might do that with a few of the other areas. But some of this I am legitimately just going to have to raise. If this is going to be a random shop, then this is probably where we're going to have the observation. So, bop and bop. How's the walkway? Because if I'm planning on... I don't know why, but the image in my head is that in comparison to a lot of the other things, it might seem out of place, but I want to have there to... I want there to be multiple little things like this where it's more fortified than other places just due to the fact of what it is. Because this place is going to have access to the outside world that isn't going to be encased. Because the elevator does have access to the overworld, like to the surface, but it's going to be in a giant building. A giant building that I still need to figure out what the roof is going to be. But over here, it's not. And if it's going to be cold enough that it's not recommended to be on the surface for long periods of time, then we're probably... Oh, that wasn't the best move in the world. Hold on. Because it's technically curving out. Which means I also failed on the top part here. That's fine. That's fine, I'll fix it later. Because I need to focus on this bit. If it's going from here to here, and I want it to look a little bit more fortified, I think I want it to have a more extended... I want it to have a doorway that protrudes from the wall. That's probably a better way to put it. Even if it's just slightly. Because it needs to have the ability to not only keep in the very cold temperatures, because let's face it, glass isn't too... Well, maybe not glass itself, but at least if you have improper sealing around the window, it's not the best for keeping in warm temperatures. So if you are to have access to the very cold outside, you might want to have it be in a room that is closed off. Kind of like a... Wait. Kind of like a decontamination chamber of sorts. But it's just for heat. Honestly, I think I've made a few of those in oxygen, just because it's too hot in a specific biome. I almost looked at you. Hi. Do you like the hole? I'm going to take that as a yes. Oh, alright. And thankfully this is far enough away from this little shop that I don't have to worry too much about how big this is. I just need to make sure it's not big enough that it reaches my storage somehow, and that's going to be way too big. Did I somehow make this even? I somehow made this even. You know what? Will that work? If we have it even, it might make a few things a bit difficult, but it'll be fine. So if we're coming in from an angle, because it's going to be... One corner of the door is going to be here, one corner of the door is going to be here. So about right here. That's not what I want to do. I can see that being the center. Or at least where this torch is. If this torch is the center, that means... Wait, what? On what side is it the center? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's 8 with a difference of 2. Not entirely, but it works in my head. That would be about the center. Because we would have to go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Right here. All the way over to here. Which would line up, actually. Alright. Just to make things easier, I'll dig this entire thing out. And then I'll just have random areas where we'll kind of curve the wall. So we are going to have little pockets that we're just going to need to keep in mind so we can keep them lit. But that should be fine. We'll see. That's 2. There we go. Sure, I'm making this a little bit more difficult for myself since I'm trying to make it at an angle, but you know what? It'll be fine. I'll regret it later. Okay, I won't regret it later. I'll regret it as I'm doing it. And then later be like, hey, I actually did it! So, really depends on what part of the process we are currently at. I feel like that's with any building project, though. Or any creative project in general. Because the amount of times I've started drawing something and it's like, oh, this sounds like a really cool idea. And then partway through, it's like, is this really turning out how I want it to turn out? And then later it's like, oh yeah, this is good, this is good. At least a fair chunk of the time. There have been some times where it's like, oh, nope, need to fix it. And those are the times that I either fix it or they become a temporary forgotten memory, because I usually come back to those. That is not the center. Okay, I'm glad I dug that out, because this looks more like the center. Because I'd rather not have to actually do math to find the proper center. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. Was I standing on this block? Yes, I was. So it's 5 from the center. No, it's not. Let's make it 5 from the center, because that side's 5. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That side's mostly taken care of. I'll just do the ceiling now, because why not? We can have it properly sectioned off. And then I need to take the chords of wherever I'm actually going to have the glass part of the observation, because I want it to be visible on the top, enough so that you can see it on the map and are able to be like, oh, hey, there's the observation place that I've heard so much about, or was able to see inside of because I'm a reporter or a scientist, or maybe the baby villagers can sometimes get passes to go in. Actually, that'd be interesting. They'd have to have so much cold gear though. Uh, since this is even, we could go 6. So that means just 2 over from here. And then 2 over from here. We'll see. I think that'll be an alright curve. Why am I doing so many circles today? I guess today is the circle day. Not the worst. It's close. It's close enough that it's frustrating. Wait. Well, that's probably why it's close enough that it's frustrating. Because it would be more so like that. Because we started from this one. Not this one. Alright. That works. That works. And then from here, it'll be 2, right? Because we have 6. Double 1, 6. It'll be double 1. Let's dig out this entire area and then I'll see where it lands outside. Because I could legitimately put essentially a second room in between here and this circular area that is going to have access to the actual observation part. Which actually sounds like a good idea. So it's double 1. So you have 1, 2, and this is going to be part of the 6. Lovely. I'm trying to think what type of observation area would be best. Because right now, since we're in the excavation part, we're able to still speculate things without having to be like, oh, I guess I have to wait forever to be able to actually build because I don't know what it's actually going to look like. Thankfully, that is not what's happening right now. Because at the moment, 1, 2, I'm thinking it'll either be a glass dome with supports, because I feel like if we did the kind of observation center that has a telescope, it would make more sense if the place was studying astronomy rather than weather. I mean, I'm certain you'd need it for meteorology as well, but it's not something you'd think of at first, I don't think. We need 3. And then it goes out. All right. So just going off of this, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Outside, outside, outside. Is it also the outside? Yes. So that is the complete circle. Which isn't too bad. Could be worse. I think what'll make it a bit better is if we don't have the wall curve as much as it did over here. Because we do still want it to curve, but with where it was curving over here, it would be a bit too soon considering the way the door is. Because if the door is going to be here with Bop and Bop, we're still going to run into the issue of there's not enough space for there to be another room. We could always cut into this area for that, which wouldn't hurt it too bad. In fact, it would probably help because there has to be a second floor in order for this to work because of the fact that the surface is a little far away. Just a tad. So if it does go in, let's say it goes in, we're not going to see this part because that's a pillar, so probably from here to here. We'll have it go up and it'll support part of the walkway upstairs. And then we can have another little area, but then we would need to make it this bigger, which would change the center. Because just that amount of space, while it is still a big area, I don't think it's going to be big enough. Not with what I'm thinking. Oh, hi there. If I just change it enough where the center is here instead, that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Meaning we need to change this by 2. You know, worst comes to worst, I like it the previous way, and I put the blocks back. That's the worst case scenario. Best case scenario, this actually works, and I'll use it instead. And because we're going to be moving the center back towards this way, we're also going to need to change the length of the furthest parts. I mean, I guess we could keep the length the same. Just change the corners? No, we still need to change it. Because we need to change this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll just remove 2 from each of these. That's not quite right. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, starting from the furthest one. That's 1, 2, 3, starting from the furthest one. And that works. Still not the best, though. So we are going to need to change it. If we just do that, however, That's much better. All right. And that's from the furthest. It's only one out from the torch this time. So it's only changing it a little, but it's changing it enough that it will definitely affect this part of the circle. I also really need to empty my inventory. I mean, yay, we're getting a whole lot of stone. Jeez, we're getting a whole lot of stone. All right. That's there. It actually moves that. It moves that part back? Really? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is gonna be. That's the furthest? No, hold on, it changes it a lot. That doesn't quite feel right. So we have. Oh, that's why it doesn't feel right. All right. So we have 2 1s. All right. 2 1s, and then we have the 2. Much better. And then we have the 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did I not do it right? How? What did I do differently? We have, in total, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's why. How did I manage this? How did I manage this? How did I manage to get that part of the circle wrong? I mean, I got that curve right, but that curve's wrong. What? 1 over, 1 over, 1 over. It would most likely be 1 over. This would be the center. That goes directly into a corner. That one does not. The corner should be right here or pushed back a little. Which means it would be over here instead. All right. That makes a little bit more sense. So we have 4, 2, 2, and then 1, 2, another 2. All right. All right. All right. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. I. You know what? I was close. Right? There we go. Now we have the upgraded circle. Hi. How do you like the circle? Right. Are you just hanging out, or are you gonna place that grass block and then disappear? You're just hanging out. That's fine. It goes into here just a little bit. It's still gonna be by 2 blocks because I feel like that'll be 2 blocks. 2 blocks will be good for the actual walkway upstairs. And maybe for the door over here. Because this room is going to end up being a little wonky. Which is fine. But that is something to keep in mind. Instead of having another just room, we could have it to where there is supports curving off of some of these areas to hold up the second floor as well. Because it's not going to be a full-on second floor. It's going to be a second floor that covers maybe 20% of the second floor. Because you'll have the center bit open. Would it be 20%? Maybe a little bit more than 20%. But essentially, this is going to be the bottom right torch. 41, negative 98. 41, negative 98. 41, negative 98. I need to go upstairs. I need to sleep. Then I need to find 41, negative 98. 41, negative 98. 41, negative 98. Let's see here. We're going to reach 98 first. So this is 98. Really? No. 41. 41. 41. 90. Oh, 98 is right here. And that's the bottom right when we're facing this way, right? I'm almost certain. Which means right here is where the actual little observation thing is going to be, at least on the surface. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. It was 6 away. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, that's a little too much, at least for now. It needs to be only 1 off. You know what? Because I'm kind of needing to do precise things, I won't do too much with the shovel just yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did I do it on 6 or after 6? 2, 3, 4, 5. On 6. Good. Because that's where it needs to be. And then 2 over here. That was 3. This one I'm going to have to place. So I'm on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. And then what we'll do is we'll have a little bit of a building outside, the majority of it being, of course, out, out, inside. Ah, yes, out inside. But it's not a bad idea to open this place up. I think the only problem with opening this place up is that this is going to be relatively dangerous to build, just due to the fact of this place is not lit at all. 1, 2. So we'll see how that goes. 1, 1. Wait. 1, 2. 1, 1. 1, 2. Oh, right. Because I placed these on where I needed to dig instead of behind it. Which probably wasn't the best idea, but you know what? I fixed it. So it'll be fine. 1, 2. 1, 1. Ow. 1, 1. 1, 2. There we go. I want to make sure I have the general shape carved out over here. Especially since I'm going to have to deal with a little bit of water. I'd rather deal with the water now than to have to deal with it later. And you know what? Since there is water, what I could do, just as a fun little thing, is have it to where there's a little nook on this side that holds a little bit of water to where the fish can still go from here all the way over to there. And then you'd be able to see the fish go from here to there from inside. That would be interesting, because then they would be able to keep an eye on the population of fish in this. I mean, yeah, just in this thing of water. There is another thing of water, but that is for fishing. And it does not have a little science outpost. And it's going to be 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1. 1, 1. There we go. And now I should be relatively safe to just do this. As long as I'm not looking towards the walls that are the outside. We can hope. I just need to be paying attention to where I'm facing. Come on. There we go. And then on the side, let's see here, that's the 2. Yep, because those are the 1, 1. Lovely. I want there to be multiple of these little areas so they can monitor the weather and everything. Because sure, it's going to be mostly for the weather, is the reasoning behind this specific one. But the weather affects so many other things, including population and stuff. Oh, my shovel's dying. All right. I'll dig a little bit more. And I'm gonna go enchant another shovel so I can repair my shovel. Okay, I need to repair my shovel. I don't want this to break. Sure, it's not the best enchantment, but we can combine it with a better enchantment and get an even better one. I think I'm probably one block away from having that die. So, let me down. Let me down. Thank you. There we go. Let's go ahead and drop off the dirt. I'll keep a stack on me just in case. Let's drop off the granite, wherever that is. There it is. Granite, stone, cobblestone, a fair chunk of diorite. All right. Then we have iron. Let's put away the copper first before putting away the gunpowder, which is all the way over here, right? Yeah. I still need to label those, but you know what? I'm glad that I know where they are without the labels. That helps out a ton. I do not have sticks on me, but I do have wood. There we go. If I were to enchant a shovel, what would I get? Unbreaking 3. You know what? This shovel doesn't have unbreaking on it, so it's not the worst in the world. That's not what I wanted to do. What's this whole chest? Lapis? It might have been actually. You know what? If it was, then I'll fix it later. But at the moment, just in case if we find something else that we can put in there. I'm breaking 3. Okay, that's not the worst in the world. And then we can just combine those up top. Since I still haven't moved my anvil. I know I can, but it's fine. The anvil's close enough that I don't really feel like I have to. Sonny, you got a friend. You got a friend and they're in my boat. Alright. We now have 2 Endermen. Who is Sonny's friend? Because as long as I don't break that boat, they'll also remain. I think the main reason I put that boat there was because I was contemplating on breaking the bookshelves, but I didn't want to have Sunny just disappear. Right, upstairs. Which means I need to sleep. I need to sleep. Then we can dig out the area. I think I'm gonna put safety lights around it. The only reason I'm not lighting up the area upstairs is just because I want to keep the snow. So it's always gonna be dangerous up here if it's dark. Why? Why? Why were there 2 baby zombies just waiting for me to come upstairs? I mean, thankfully they were already practically gone by the time I got there, but still. Nope. And nope. Uh, All right, I would need a spider spawner for that one, which I haven't currently found. Because a thought occurred just past my mind when I saw the spider. I was like, oh, I can make one of those. No, I can't. I need a spider spawner to do that. I haven't even found a poisonous one yet, which I am very thankful for. Because as much as that would be lovely just so we can set up a spider spawner, those ones are probably a bit more unwieldy considering they're much smaller and also deal poison. Not something I would want to have to deal with. This is 2, 3, 4. Bop, bop. 1, 2. All right. This is going to be an interesting one. How deep is the water? Ooh, wait. I have Silk Touch. I'll actually be getting the ice from this. Ooh. I don't play with ice all that often. I will gladly take it. Give me all of the ice. I have a feeling I'm probably not going to use it all that often, but you know what? If we have it at our disposal, it means I can use it if I ever did want to. And you know what? On the off chance that I do legitimately need ice, I will be so grateful. There we go. And it also made that a whole lot easier. Or at least for one level of the water. Not the entire level, but a level of the water. I guess it can also help with the next layer if it manages to freeze fast enough, but I don't think it will. That one thing of coal gave me an entire level. All right, I'll take it. I will take it. I'm gonna have to put temporary walls up. I'm probably gonna regret putting temporary ones up, considering the fact that I'm gonna have water everywhere if I break the wrong one, but it'll be fine. I mean, it will be fine. It's not like it's going to hurt too much as long as I catch it early. If I don't catch it early, then it's a completely different story, but I should be able to catch it early. Usually you'll see that water's coming down and I'll be able to grab it if need be. But at the moment, it should be fine. Oh, well that works. If you freeze, I'll just grab you. If you don't, you'll become dirt. So this is your chance to freeze while you can, so you can be used later. You know what? Some of it froze. And some of it was stubborn and didn't want to be ice. Which is completely fine. There we go. Ow. We're getting just a little bit of sand. Just a tiny little sliver of sand. I mean, yeah, technically there's a beach just over there, but Wasn't expecting to find sand in this specific area. I should have. There's water right here, but usually if there was going to be sand, there'd be a lot more. Or at least I think so. But my assumption was wrong. And this is going to be the time that I realize that this is going to be a very deep hole. So I guess, yay, most likely creatures won't fall into it. I mean, we might get the few mob here and there, but it'll be infrequent enough, I hope, that it should be fine. I say that, and then they're going to just end up bombarding me one night because I forget to close that area off. Be like, huh, where are all these zombies and strays coming from? The giant hole in my ceiling. And because there's ice around, I can't really put torches down either. At least not near those specific areas. Just because I'm not quite ready to switch those blocks out yet. And I see no reason to change them now. So it'll be fine. If I realize that choice is a mistake, then... well, I'll figure out that choice is a mistake the hard way. Last I checked, the y-axis was 51, and that was when we were down there, so... only a little bit more to go. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. And if my pick starts becoming a little too broken for comfort, I will just dig down. Because I at least know it is directly below me. Unless there is a very tiny and very short cave in between here and there. But I don't think there is. I feel like I'd know about it with how much I dug out in that area. Another thing that we'll get to do, at least on the next level, is right below the level we're currently working on, there is a cave that leads to an amethyst. So it means we'll be able to make like a little fun hanging geode. I mean, sure, I technically tore out the entirety of the geode except for a little bit of the amethyst and all of the budding crystals. But we can still do that and have it be a modified geode. Oh, that'll be interesting. We'll probably end up using a bit of blackstone. Oh. A bit of blackstone, maybe even a bit of terracotta. Ooh. I can see that looking pretty cool. I don't like the fact that it's starting to turn nighttime when I'm down here. You know what? I have scaffolding for a reason. Please let me up. Please let me up. I don't want to be out here during nighttime. Gotta be honest. I can handle a few mobs here and there, but I'd rather not face a horde of strays, zombies, and creepers, and spiders. That sounds like a very unfortunate time. Unless we were planning to do that. That is not my plan. I'm only slightly geared for that. I don't know how well my axe would actually survive that. So, another reason why I want to sleep. Because if I did end up having to survive a horde of creatures, I would end up using my axe, and it is currently my only weapon on me. Because my bow is somewhere. And my sword is no longer on me since I only really use the sword for the skelly farm. I don't usually use the sword for hardly anything else unless I know I'm going to deal with a lot of mobs. And I don't have to cherry pick through the mobs. Because with cows, you want to cherry pick them because you don't want to kill the babies. And with zombies, well, there are times where you need to cherry pick, and that's mainly if you're trying to get a zombie villager. But thankfully, I don't have to do that because I was right next to a village, so I could just move those villagers. They got a new home. And soon, or maybe not exactly soon, but someday they'll have a home that isn't either being in an iron farm or a random hole in the ground that is far enough away from the iron farm that it's fine. Because there are both of those areas. And then, of course, the villager breeder itself. So right now, it's maybe not the best place for villagers, but it's still under construction. I don't think they'd want to wander around when the place is under construction. I have a feeling there would be a lot of villager deaths just from the ladder, let alone me getting frustrated at them because they wander in front of me while I'm doing something. They might not fall down that hole, but because there's a ladder, I have a feeling they might do the same thing that I did, where it was like, oh, I can go down here. I even have a thing of water down there. Let me just, oh, I don't know, go and try and land in the water. Let's just say the only time that has worked was when I was off camera, and that was one out of the probably 5 times I used that little water hole at the bottom of the ladder. So I currently have a very bad track record when it comes to that water hole. And I can make it to where the water is right underneath the ladder as well. The only reason I haven't is because I don't have an extra ladder, so I'd have to make what? I think it gives 4 ladders per in the recipe, or is it 3? It might be 3. But I have to make a few extra for only 1. It's like, I'm fine with just moseying down a ladder. It'll be fine. Oh. Oops. Hold on. That's not what I wanted to do. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Please let me place that correctly. Is that water? That is water. Alright. How about you? I'd prefer not to have water fall into that place. There we go. Another thing we can do is make it a little bit bigger on the surface. So that way the walkway is going to be a little bit more manageable instead of it being just too wide, was the initial plan. Dang it, Enderman. I mean, yeah, it's just a grass block, but why? Why did you put a random grass block in a circle room? Because for all you guys know, it's just gonna be a circle room. I mean, it's not going to be. Okay, it kind of is, but still. Ow. Let's pick up all of these. Lovely. I did it right. It looks like a very bad circle when you look at it from this angle, but I know if you look at it from the other angle, it'll look like the circle. It's just because of the varying heights of the sides. All right. Honestly, not bad. And we just barely had enough inventory space to actually do that. I'm also going to want to move stone down here. All right. I knew I had a lot of stone, but I didn't realize it was that much stone. This is copper. Ice. Sand. Dirt. Diorite. I'll keep a close enough to a stack on me, and then the rotten flesh can just go into this chest. I think the only reason to keep rotten flesh is legitimately just so you can heal your dogs, unless you can put them in a composter. Or as emergency food if you are desperate enough to eat rotten flesh. Could be wrong. Alright, how do I want to do this? It'd probably be good to plan out what I'm going to do. So first things first, that's a null area. We're not going to actually have anything there. This is... Technically, both of them are 2 away from the wall. They're just slightly different due to the fact that this one's angled. Which is fine. But it is going to make it a little difficult. Because right here, that's the wall 1, 2. Right here, there's the wall 1, 2. There's the wall 1, 2. So having it right here would make sense if you're going with the circle. It'll mean it'll be a little bit of an odd room in here. But what we can also do is have it so the room itself ends right here. Just about. So let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if we have it more like that, similar to how we would have it on the outside on the gate. And then we could just have it curve into that support, while this one wouldn't have to curve that much because this is on the relatively flat side. In all fairness, right. That's what I wanted to do. I want to make another bed for this area so I don't have to move my bed up there. And I don't have to grab the bed that is by the Skelly farm because it's actually really convenient to have a bed next to there since I walk on the surface to get from the Skelly farm to here. If I were wool, I'd be over here. I have a purple bed at the Skelly Farm. I have a red bed upstairs. Orange seems to be the one I have an abundance of. Yes. All right, let's have an orange bed for the observation area. It probably won't stay in the operation. Ah, yes, operation area. In the observation area. I'll probably make like a small little bedroom off of the little shop here for whoever runs this particular shop. Because everyone needs to sleep. There is going to be probably a housing district a little lower down, but maybe they want to live right where their shop is. Who knows? I'm trying to think. Since I want this to be more fortified, at least with where it connects to the cave wall here. So the first room in between here and there, and probably around the ceiling as well. Everything else can probably be wood and it'd be fine. Having carpet would be dangerous considering the fact that we're going to have a little bit of water in a few places. But we can deal with that when the time comes. I think I want to use blackstone. Jungle would be interesting to use. And since this is the... Why? There we go. And since this is the newer civilization, so not the one that has been abandoned for a very long time, which is where the Skelly Farm is. This one is actually going to have relatively good trade. Because we have the nether portal, and eventually I'm going to dig out a tunnel through the icebergs over there, so that way they can also have ships coming in. The ships would be few and far between because of how cold it is in that area, and it would probably not be the greatest sentence when it comes to traveling. But it would probably be better than walking. Maybe. Depends on how good your boat is. So we can technically use any wood. I think I want to stick with oak for the floors, just keeping a common theme throughout the majority of the builds here. Because I feel like that wouldn't hurt. Especially since I like to use spruce for a lot of the furniture. And if I do oak for the floors... Actually, I don't even need to do that. I have a lot of oak slabs. I would only use it for the bottom floor. Because then I can use probably deep slate. Deep slate and basalt. And smooth basalt for the second floor. And it is on the nature floor. And there is going to be... Ooh! What if the little water section that it's going to have over here, just so the fish can go from one side of the pond that we destroyed to the other? What if we also had like a small little garden that they were maintaining to see how the climate, or maybe not the climate, but how the water's doing? So probably more sensitive flowers. Aren't roses sensitive to a lot of things? I've heard something like that going around. I mean, it could be wrong. I'm not a flower expert. But we could do something along those lines. Because I do, in fact, have flowers. So we could do probably... Because Lily of the Valley is so rare, I'd say Lily of the Valley's roses and maybe even blue orchids would be the best ones to indicate, well, maybe blue orchids, because those are in the swamp. What would probably be the best indicators of, hey, the water is doing good. Nothing's bad enough that it's going to affect at least the plant life. Doesn't mean that the fish life are going to be okay, because some fish need very specific things to survive. But at the very least, the plant life will be okay, because they're going to be keeping an eye on the fish life as well. I could also use a little bit of amethyst too. But the thing is that that would bring unconclusive plant data. Because the whole thing that I'm doing with the amethysts is that they help with plant life around, which is why down in the caves in these, I'm just gonna say the second level of the Skelly farm, where we put a whole bunch of moss and water and all of that, and there's the little bits of amethyst, and then down in the killing chamber, we also have amethyst hanging from the ceiling, and there's a whole lot of moss and everything. It's because these are supposed to basically help keep plant life alive and kind of help it grow, incite it. Maybe incite isn't the right word, but basically to push towards plant growth. So if they did have amethyst in there, it would bring false positives. But then again, that's not the right one. There we go. If this was made in the early days of the civilization before they found that out, it would make sense. Because they do have light, like they do produce light, and they're pretty, and they are a thing that they would probably want to explore anyways. And then in a deeper part of the area, so probably on third or fourth floor, probably when we hit deep slate, we can have another little area similar to this where they are researching the properties of the amethyst, and that happened later because it's deeper into the cave. And because of that, they then realized, hey, that's not going to bring conclusive evidence, but we're still going to keep the flowers here because it brings morale up or something along those lines. Which it would, in fact, bring morale up because they are very pretty. Or at least as long as it's actually a good place to be, it would bring morale up. Maybe not if it's too stressful, but I don't think that job would be too stressful unless, of course, something bad happened. Like the one day that, let's say, the pH levels are way off and the water's too acidic, and they're like, oh no. But in all fairness, why would that happen when the main weather concern is it freezing? I feel like they'd be mostly paying attention to water temperature rather than the acidity, but they might keep an eye on the acidity just in case. Because if the weather starts going bonkers, then who knows? Maybe we'll have acid rain, and that would affect everything. Definitely going to need spruce. Are we going to need spruce? Usually I need spruce. I think I'll still use spruce, but not as much as blackstone. I'm going to need deep slate. Because it's not as dark as blackstone, though, I'm not going to use that on the sides. At least I don't think so. Is there another block that I can use that is close enough Ooh, nether brick. It would make sense if we used nether brick, actually. Just for the simple fact of, since it's from the nether, it would probably just in general be a little bit warmer. So if it's bringing a little warmth into the lab or into the general area, it'd probably help with keeping the cold out. I mean, sure, technically the heat would eventually go away, but in this reality, in this realm we're making, it's just going to be forever warm. Or we can put magma blocks as well, just in random areas to show that it's still warm. That'd probably work a little better, actually. I need to drop off the coal before I head off into the nether for a quick little side tangent. Because I shouldn't need too much netherrack. I mean, I'll need enough to where I would like to have gold on me, just on the off chance I get unlucky. I don't know how far I'd be going. I'm planning to stay right by my nether portal, which is in a blue forest. Oh, that's almost broken. Fine, I'll do a chestplate instead. But just in case, I'd rather not get attacked by piglins. I should probably be more afraid of the Enderman, but I at least know how to deal with Enderman. If there's too many piglins, then I'm kind of screwed. Hey, I'm not immediately attacked when I come out here. Lovely. Alright. I do need to figure out what I'm going to do with this area, because this is not pretty. Ah, yes, a hut with a dirt overhang, just because one time I accidentally looked at an Enderman. I think that's legitimately the reason why there is a dirt overhang over there. It's just because I accidentally looked at an Enderman, and I just haven't taken it down, because it's pretty useful. I think if I am going to build anything in here, I would probably make it so it had a design that had something of that sort, just on the off chance I look up after digging or come out of the nether portal and accidentally look an Enderman in the eyes. Really depends. Because sure, I might not need to make a place in here, but it wouldn't hurt. And in here, there'd probably be another little area. Maybe not the initial area, since this was probably built for trade specifically. So they'd want it to be a little bit more welcoming than a research area, but we'll see. Who knows? Maybe we'll have it on top of the hill that I'm currently digging on. Digging in. And if that is the case, it means I'm gonna have to do a little bit of terraforming, but that's fine. The majority of the time, I'd be surprised if I didn't. Each one is a single brick. It takes 4 bricks. Is it just 4 bricks for another brick? To get another brick block? So I'd have to use it sparingly, even if I get 4 stacks of netherrack, which I'm fine with. I don't think I'm going to use too much of it. But if I mix the nether brick with the blackstone and the magma blocks, oh. Well, I know I have enough to still have 4 stacks, but dang it. It should be good. Sure, nether bricks are a lot more purple than a purplish red than black, but it's dark enough that I think we can get away with it. We'll see, we'll see. Netherrack, netherrack, netherrack. I have a lot of netherrack. I didn't need to do that. I didn't need to do that at all. Alright. I guess I saved a small bit of netherrack for later? Because I legitimately don't think I'm gonna need more netherrack than I already have. I don't think I'm gonna need more nether brick than a stack. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll get proven wrong and it'll be like, oh, hey, I like to use some nether brick fences. Or something along those lines, but we'll see. Bop, 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 and bop. Lovely. Now take those. We good? What's going on, Minecraft? And I'll put these away. How much copper do we have? I would actually like to use some copper in this build. Maybe not a whole lot, because I wouldn't want it to age. And if it did age, it would only be just slightly. So I need to wait until I have beeswax. I mean, I could still place them, and then once I have beeswax, I can just use an axe to bring the oxidization down, and then wax them. It'll probably be the last detail I put on, though, because of that. So that way we can see what it looks like when that time comes. And before I forget, I'm also going to change my chest plate back to my iron one. Because I'd rather save my gold stuff for when I'm going into the nether. Sure, I have a skelly farm, so I'm technically going to have infinite gold gear, but doesn't hurt. Especially since it's a little bit of a trek to get said armor. Not enough that's annoying, but enough so that it's like, eh. I'll be careful with my gear for now. Even though I have this chest, so I think I'll be fine. Speaking of which, I need to combine those two. If I find a flame bow, I'll combine bows, but unless something occurs where I need a bow, I think I'll be fine. I have a vague memory of finding another fortress somewhere, but that might have been from one of my hardcore worlds. So I'm not entirely certain we found one. And if we did, I don't have the coordinates written down. I might have to go through one of my chats with one of my friends because I do occasionally send them coordinates if I can't find my pen or something along those lines. We'll see. Because if I don't find the coordinates, that means we're going to need to find one if I ever want to fight the Wither. Is that going to be anytime soon? No. Mainly because I don't have a potion area, and I will admit, that is something I am not at all confident in. I don't think I've ever defeated the Wither on my own. So it'd definitely be a learning experience. And it'd definitely be something I wouldn't do anywhere near here. I'd probably go to I'd go to the deep slate level, probably at least 50 blocks from the furthest part of my base. But even 50 blocks seems like it's not enough. So maybe 100 blocks. Place down a spawn, dig a good 50 to 100 blocks away, and then spawn it? I could be wrong. Maybe that's a little overkill, but I would rather not test my luck once I get to that point. Right, I need the building materials. So we have the slabs. Going to need the spruce logs. And technically the spruce itself as well. Blackstone. I'm going to use more than just 35. I'm almost positive. But for now, since I'm starting on the bottom, 35 should be enough to get a general idea. I just now realized how inconvenient that is. Either way, I need it there because of that vine right over there. Because if I let that grow, it's just going to make it so I can't reach any of those chests over there. And I could get rid of the vines, but I like how they look. So I'll get over it. If I do want to play with... I do have a little bit of waxed copper left. So... waxed. Everything else is not waxed. So I just need to keep that in mind when I'm doing the copper things. I have a fair chunk of gold. Not what I was looking for, but I do in fact have a fair chunk of gold. As much as it would be interesting to build with the obsidian, I think I'm going to save that for when I'm either messing with lava or making nether portals. Because I would rather not have to deal with mining obsidian right now. Just gotta be completely honest. Even with efficiency, it takes a bit. We don't have dripstone, so I don't have infinite clay. Which is fine, but it does kind of suck. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oops. I mean, it doesn't matter much. I don't have all my chests filled, and it wasn't all that many items to move, but... Huh. Oops. Oh, magma. Magma. In this chest, I don't have a whole lot to play with, so I'll just grab 5. Technically, I could go into the nether and get more. But I'm only going to do that if I know I need more. Just for a simple fact of, I don't want to be too close to the lava at any given point in time. I don't necessarily trust myself around open bodies of lava, unless I have water nearby. And even then, you can't place water in the nether. That's why I'm going over here. Because I need to sleep, and also because I need to check on the nether brick. This should give us enough nether brick to at least test out a few things. Oh. Yeah. This'll be fine. It's the majority of it. Sure, it's not all of it, so we're not gonna have a full stack, but it's enough of it that it'll be fine. Worst comes to worst, we don't have enough, and then we can just go upstairs, restock the furnaces, and go from there. Is it 4? It is. Lovely. And bop bop. It was over here. It was. I also have these as well. Eh, close. Alright, let's go ahead and make a quick pallet wall. I'm not going to put it inside of there. I'll just put it off to the side. It needs to be well lit, too. I kind of want to put it right up there, because I don't want to put it in a divot. If I put it too close against this wall, I'm not going to see it. If I do that, I'm going to need scaffolding, but you know what? It's probably going to be the best place to put a pallet wall as of right now. So scaffolding, I'm going to need at least one of each of the blocks I'm actually going to be using. So blackstone, magma, nether brick, oak. I could just use an oak slab since it's just going to be the floor as far as I'm aware. Is there anything else that I can use? That's just greenery. I mean, I would love to use clay because I can see it working, but that's all of the clay I have. So unless I find dripstone, I feel like it's probably not the best idea. I can see bone for certain areas, but not all of the areas. And since we're going to be working on the pillars and the floor first, I'm fine with grabbing a fair chunk of those. I'll just grab one of the blocks of the ones that we're going to use later. Carpet will determine later. Glass, we're most likely going to use tinted. We don't have to use tinted. Actually, what we could do, just as a fun little thing, is if we make it right, and if we have enough space, we might be able to play around with having just a design of tinted glass on the top and then glass everywhere else. That'd be interesting. And then we're also going to have to put glow lichen on some of the things, because I'm going to divide the glass dome part into quarters, and then those, I'm just going to call them supports for now, because I can't think of the actual word. But those supports can have glow lichen on the top, and hopefully that'll help with any snow that's built up. And if it doesn't, well, I'll go from there. Because we wouldn't be able to put water, even though that would look neat. We would have to have a light source right next to the water so it wouldn't become ice. Which is fine. But it is something that we need to keep in mind. As much as I like the fact that this is made into the cave, I feel like this is going to be a little bit of a different situation. Maybe not entirely. Like, maybe the bottom floor still has the cave walls. But I don't know. I feel like for this specific building, it would look odd if it still had the cave walls. Then again, I am trying to seal it off from the rest of the cave, so if it still had the cave walls, then why would I seal it off? Because anything could potentially chip the cave wall just enough to break the seal. Or something along those lines. It probably wouldn't be the best insulator either. Well, actually, it'd be good unless there was a random crack that let in a breeze, which would not be so great. I'm going to be using that. Same with the basalt and the smooth basalt. If we're using amethyst, it's just going to be in a small section. It's not going to be in a very big section. It would be fun to play around with prismarine, but I would need to conquer at least one of the sea temples that I found. I mean, that is a thing on my docket list. Not yet, because I need to... What is it? Is it pufferfish? How do you make water-breathing potions? It might be with pufferfish. I caught a pufferfish. Hold on. Wait, does it tell me the recipe? It doesn't. I'm not too surprised, but would have been cool if it did. I'll have to look it up later then. Because I'm not entirely certain, but I think it's pufferfish. Because it's not cod. It's not salmon. At least I don't think so. I don't think it's any of the tropical fish or anything like that. I know rabbit's foot is for jump boost. Golden carrot is for night vision. Glistening melon is for something. Isn't regeneration gas tier? It just shows how much I actually make potions. It is something that I should actually try to learn a bit more, but haven't had the need for potions recently. Just because I've been doing a lot of hardcore, so I haven't gotten to this point where it's like, huh, I should probably be thinking about how to make certain potions. Because you're gonna need the potions to actually survive. Well, I guess you could try and just use doors to get around the sea temple, but it probably wouldn't be the most efficient. Mud would be interesting. It wouldn't be bad, but it probably wouldn't be the best for making sure there's no gaps between the outside world and the inside world. At least I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I feel like if they weren't set properly, it probably caused some issues. You know what? I don't have a whole lot of calcite. Uh-oh. I mean, I know where a few other amethysts are, so it's fine. Right now, we are setting up the palette wall for this build. And what I'm building is essentially like an observation area, since the whole reason that this newer civilization is underground is because it is way too cold for them to be living on the surface for long periods of time anymore. Because any of the buildings, except for the main one and this one and the Happy Gas Nursery, because people would only be going there for short durations of time, uh, that's why those are the ones that are not fully decayed or anything like that. While the Skelly Farm top part is very aged and everything. And anything that's going to be in the older civilization is going to be either buried in snow, torn apart, rotting, decayed, stuff like that. And even back then, they were building underground because it was so cold, and now it's just to the point where you need to have full on attire to be able to survive outside without, getting frostbite or something like that. So I'm just trying to figure out what I want the palette to be. Because at the moment, what we have in my inventory, excluding the scaffolding, is what we have so far, with oak slabs being the very bottom floor. With mm, I'm I still want to put it on the wall, but because I'm doing it on the floor, it'd probably be better if I just had it right here. Even though it's out of the way, it will hopefully be fine. I'm not entirely certain on what I want the walls to be, because that's what I'm mostly debating. Because I could go, yeah, that's what I'm, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to create a palette wall because I have a general idea of what I want the pillars and around the door to be, and even the walkway for the second floor. But the walls are a little bit more of a mystery because I could always go the route of stereotypical lab where it is white walls, like white and black, and then little tiny specks of color every once in a while. But I think I don't want to go that route entirely because I want it to be a little different. It'll be a trick to blend in the nether brick, but I think we can do it, especially if we have the magma next to it. I keep on forgetting that I have villagers down there. All right, I'm gonna grab these real quick and I'll put those on bottom, then put the black stone up here. Since these two are gonna be the pillars, or technically including the magma, and then these are going to be the floor to the walkway upstairs. Mostly deep slate because it can turn into slabs, but also these two on the edges where it doesn't need to be too thin. Wrong thing. And then we need to think about what the wall is going to be. Apparently, I'm just going to make a corner. You know what? A corner works. I might still use bone blocks, but I might only do it in a specific section because I also want to include a small bit of copper in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, don't worry. The bone, I there's gonna be a few sections of this because there's gonna be a section where it's between the first door and the second door, basically to keep the cold air out from the main area, just in case if, let's say, the window breaks, it becomes extremely cold in here. They wouldn't want it to spread to the rest of the area. So we have one room, and then we're going to have a section where it's going to include a little bit of plant life and water because they want fish to be able to swim freely from one edge of the pond to the other while also keeping track of the water quality and the temperature of the water and stuff like that. And then they're also going to have devices on each corner, basically keeping up documents and all of that. And not all of it's going to have the bone and probably calcite. I have enough calcite that I can put it down in the palette, but not enough to actually build with it. So if I do end up using calcite, I'm going to need to keep that in mind. Because I definitely don't want to overuse the white. Because I've used a lot of white and copper because it goes really well together. Like having the bone and the calcite and even the diorite with the copper downstairs with the Skelly farm, I think that worked fantastic. But I don't want to use that too much in this one because it's a different civilization, so it's a different build style. Slightly. I mean, it's still built by me, so it's probably going to have relatively similar, but it's at least going to be different enough that I wouldn't want it to be too close. I mean, I can have yellow because I have sand and sandstone, and I also have okay, I don't have enough sand to comfortably make a whole lot of uh concrete, but I have enough to make a little bit. I can also make yellow concrete. Uh I don't have a comfortable enough amount of clay though. This is all the clay I have, sadly. And that's legitimately just because of where I am. Because since I'm in a snowy place, I haven't found any clay under the water. The only clay that I found was in a lush cave that I can't quite seem to remember where it was. Hence why I only have 2 of the spore blossoms, because I don't remember where that cave is. Actually, I might have it written down somewhere. It might have been one of the not too far azalea trees, but one of the azalea trees in general. I could be wrong. Something we could also use, and this one we would have to use a bit of our imagination, just be like, hey, this isn't supposed to be wood, this is supposed to be basically a different style of metal. Not close enough. If it was a little closer to the copper, I'd say that'd work, but it's not close enough. It's just barely not close enough. I think might still use it though. Not for anywhere that is close to the very top, but maybe on the bottom where they don't have to worry too much about the heat. Because up here, it's going to be more fortified because there's going to be glass, and you want to make sure that seal is very secure. And then probably a white section of wall over here where the plants are going to be and the water and stuff. And it might just end up going all the way around. It really depends. And then we can have jungle on the bottom over here where it's not as needed. It's still needed, but not to the point where it is in other places. And I'll still need a general. Is molding the right word? You know, at the bottom of a wall that connects the floor to the wall? That. I'll still need something to that effect to separate the floor from the wall because I'm going to be using oak planks for the floor. And since those 2 are the same texture, it will. I feel like it'll be too much of the same texture. Yay! I used the right word. I feel like I'm probably going to end up using bamboo for probably around the tree farm, and if I have any more like farming areas, just because it's well green and I think it would fit. I don't know if it would fit here though, not for this specific build. I do like the yellow. That might work. but not the texture, just due to the fact of even though it is a full block, you can't see through it. It wouldn't have the best insulation, I don't think. Is there a block that I mean, I can use shroom lights. I am going to put a jack-o'-lantern somewhere in the build just for fun. Of course, moths, because I'm going to be putting at least 1 or 2 amethyst crystals in there, and it'll just end up growing in general. It's going to be maintained, unlike in this area where it's still maintained, but it's not as maintained as, well, that area is going to be. I feel like acacia is going to be too much. Jungle is too little to fit right next to copper in place of a different copper like texture that isn't a different copper block. It's close enough that I wouldn't use them together unless I was trying to make it look like I was using a different tone of copper, which isn't what I'm trying to do. I might do that though if I'm doing a bigger, older build where sure it hasn't oxidized yet in that area, but it's starting to crumble away. So there's a slight enough indent in the metal that's causing a shadow to make it appear darker or something along those lines. Hi, John. And yeah, Minecraft's amazing. Even if I get lost in small technicalities that probably wouldn't matter, but they matter to me. If we're having the issue of there being too much of a certain texture, I'm gonna have to use dripped pale oak, similar to what we did in the older area. That is not what I wanted to do. There we go. I mean, that does work. None of it's... We're going to be missing a lot of blue tones that we had in the older part because I'm going to want to keep the copper as its original copper state, just due to the fact that this place is supposed to be well maintained and everything. It wouldn't make sense for them to let it become oxidized. If we use stone-like blocks, we'll run into the problem of it just looking like we're in a cave because we are legitimately in a cave. If we use tough, if we use just base tough, it might work, because if we use the bricks, I don't think it'll look quite how we want it to. Because the only bricks so far that we're using is nether brick, and it's a small enough brick texture that I think it'll be fine. I don't know why, but I don't think the big brick texture is what we're gonna want. I might cave and say, you know what, it's fine. Let's use the big brick texture. I had a very expensive thought. But if this place is supposed to be fortified, that would be a way to do it. Especially if it's touching one of the magma blocks. It would help radiate the heat, which would be nice. Only problem being is that it would have to stay far, far away from the window. Because if it's anywhere near the window, it's just going to create more problems. Same with the copper. so I want I don't know why, but I feel like there's a lot of red, well, not necessarily red. Close enough. There's a lot of more so orange tones, and then we have black and white, and then we have purple. Sure, we'll have a little bit of green, and then of course the flowers that are going to be up in the little area up there. But I don't think that's going to be enough. I think that's going to be too heavy. It's too heavy of a palette. What I'm looking for. I think it'll. I think there'll be too many dark colors and not enough light colors that aren't white. I could be wrong, but that is what I'm feeling. Of course, there's going to be a little bit of moss, so I might as well put that in and see how that changes the palette. But I don't think it would change it enough to where it would matter too much. Uh, if I do end up using clay, I'm gonna need to find that. Oh, hi, kitty. I'm gonna need to find that lush cave because clay is very expensive right now. Maybe the oak's too neutral of a tone. We can technically use warped as well, and warped would. I think warped would look good. But it would make more sense for them to use something that is more at their disposal that isn't in an entirely different dimension. Even though it's at their disposal. They have another portal up there ready for trade. But I don't feel like they would use it willy-nilly on a floor. Or at least not a floor for a research area. Not unless it had some properties to be like, hey, this insulates heat, or this creates heat, or something along those lines. There is going to be carpet, so that might help brighten it a bit up. Because it's also a small area. And because it's a small area, it makes me concerned. We could also use a little bit of birch. Hold on. If I put birch right here, honestly, with it being right next to the moss, it kind of looks a little green. I know it's not, but it kind of does. It'd be fine, but it'd be too close to the older civilization. Huh. Plus, isn't birch a softer wood? Mangrove's dark, but it's also very vibrant. I might be overthinking this. Worst comes to worst, I'm overthinking this. And I'll figure that out and be like, oh, I could have just did this the entire time. But I think for now, because I'm not entirely certain, I'll just focus on Night Lily. I'll just focus on the pillars. And how to fit the magma blocks in there. Or at least the pillars around the door itself. Which is going to be easier said than done. Wasn't I just saying that I didn't want to use big bricks? If I use the big bricks, then I might as well at least put tough on the board. Not normal tough, but the tough bricks. Because normal tough looks great, but it wouldn't make entire sense if there was just random normal tough up here. At least I don't think there would be. It at least brings a little bit of a darker tone that is in between those very contrasting tones. Because we have very bright, very dark. It's at least a middle ground for those two. And even then, because this is going to be a place that's probably going to be guarded enough to make sure that no one's going to accidentally break the seal that is going to be around the window so the place doesn't freeze. Having a little bit of concrete. Do I really not have yellow dye? Is this going to give me yellow dye, or are you going to give me a different dye? Yellow dye. Lovely. Yellow dye, black dye. That'll give me 8 of each concrete. Because I could legitimately make like a warning thing being like, hey, if you step beyond this line, there is a chance you may freeze if you are not properly protected. And I'll probably have, once I start doing the interior and the roof upstairs in the building, what I might do is put a lot of warnings around the door being like, hey, make sure you have your face covered, your ears covered, your eyes covered, your everything covered so you don't freeze. Gravel, gravel, gravel. I'm legitimately not going to need that much, but you know what? It's fine. I'd rather grab too much than too little and have to grab more. And because this is going to be on the floor, I don't think I have to worry too much about making it into the pure concrete yet. Yet being the key word. Do I have an extra barrel? I do. Because my storage is relatively close, I don't think I'm going to need to put too much in there. But since I don't currently have a place to put concrete powder, I have a feeling I'm probably going to use all of that. I think it'll be fine if I have a barrel specifically for this part of the task. Probably shouldn't have put it this close to the wall, but besides that, you know what? Let's put it here. Because I'm not going to do the floor just yet, because I need to figure out where the door is exactly. How am I going to do the door? I could try my hand at redstone, but I'm not going to have enough room to do that kind of door. And it's at a diagonal angle. And I am not that much of a redstone wizard. I am enough to make things functional. Half the time. All right. If half of this is going to be pushed out probably by at least a block, if not 2, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Why did I put the pallet right there? Alright. I'll focus on this specific one since I put the pallet so close, so I can't really work on that one until I have a concrete enough design to where it'll be fine if I put it right next to the pallet, because then I know which one is part of the pallet and which one isn't, especially since they're gonna be the same blocks, relatively. I'll have to sprinkle those in later. I'll sprinkle those in when I'm doing the nether brick in specifics. I think for now, stick with trying to find the right shape. That should be good. We're gonna need a few of these. We'll see if we can cook something up with that. That's not what I wanted to do. I mean, it's neat, and I might definitely use it, but that was not what I was meaning to do. All right, let's stick with the actual full blocks before I start going into the different blocks. All right. I should probably move that. If that's going to be a full-on... Wait, it's going to be a pillar on both sides, isn't it? It's not even going to be a pillar. It's technically going to be all around the door, but still, it's going to be on both sides, so that'll make the room a little bit smaller, which is fine. It won't break anything. It's just something we need to keep in mind for when we're actually doing the inside. If we're doing something like this, we're going to want to bracket it along all of this. I'm also going to need to light it up so we don't have any friends spawn in there, because that would be unfortunate, to say the least. If the door is going to be right here, we can have it like that, because we're only going to have... Well, it looks like we're only going to have 2 showing, but we should probably give a little bit more berth between it and the wall, so it's protruding from the wall. So more so like that. I mean, it'd probably be better if I... You know what? I have a whole lot of wool. I have a whole lot of wool. I can make carpet. It'll be much better than using dirt. Maybe. Because the only reason I have the dirt down is so I can know the general area of where the walls would be if I was making a perfect circle. Except for this bit. This bit's just for the room itself. It would be bop, bop, bop. So it is coming out of the wall slightly. but not by a whole lot. 2 shown, 1 goes in. Let's see if we can do the same on this side. So it'd be one would be in the wall. That'd be fine. So 2 shown, 1 goes in. It'd be a little different, but it's at least close enough that it should work. And then when you get close to the door, you'll have the actual... I don't know why, but I want to have this be like a panel of sorts. Usually I use it for when I want to put a lantern on something, and I might still do that. But if you put a button on it, it won't be a functional one, but it'll still at least give the feel of what I'm wanting. Only problem being is that right here is not quite right. Because we have back, forward, back. But because of the way the wall would be, this one can't go back any further because there would be a wall there, so we wouldn't even see it anyways. Which is fine. But it is something to keep in mind. You know what? Let's do that instead. If that's going to be going all the way around, I definitely did not grab enough blackstone, first off. Second off, I mean, I'm not hating it just from the starting standpoint, but if we continue this all the way around, I don't think it's going to look quite how I want it to. It might get close, but it's not quite there. At least I don't think so. I might want to move the stonecutter towards the pallet wall. We'll see. You know what? Something I should have done, and I can still do, is actually... You know what? I can keep that. It's actually structure how it's going to curve. Because on this side, we'd follow the same thing with what we did there. We just replace these. So the wall would probably be around here. Okay, let's sleep so we don't have a drop creeper. On the off chance that a creeper gets pushed down there. I mean, sure, it'd be hurt, but would rather not have that happen. If it's over here... How has this become odd? Probably because I was counting from over there. And if that's the case, that means it would be more so like that. Which is fine. But it is odd. What I can do instead is... If I push the center of this pillar over, so changing where this one is, I should be able to more so follow the line I had already put down. Because I remember the torch that was placed before, because that's the original torch, I believe. So it's around here. I was able to do 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2 to get a good general idea of how the door would be. And you know what? Because of that, I'm gonna tear this down and fix the carpet. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Lovely. And let's grab the dirt. Because it's all the way over there, and there was only a 2-block difference. So it's most likely about here for the original torch. Maybe a little further. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, it was right there. Because I remember I said something along the lines of 2 by 8 when I was trying to figure out the center for this general circle. Which means that if we go in by 1, we'll have 2. Well, that's in by 1. And if we have it in by 1, it's not going to be as big as I would have wanted it. Because the initial plan was to have it from where the torches are. So what I might need to do is break the wall just a little bit to fix this. I mean, it works, except from this angle. From the front angle, it's fine. I don't know why, but from this angle, it feels off. But it's probably just because this is open. If it wasn't opened, it'd probably be a little better. Especially since I need to also remember that there's going to be foliage around here. So I don't need to worry too much if this is jutting out a little bit more than I'd want it to. So let's have it to where on this edge, it starts here and it actually goes into this wall. And then over here, it can start right here. Or maybe just one back. Maybe. I definitely also need to make it taller. I think that's another thing that's probably throwing it off. Because at the moment, it is very short. It wouldn't be something I would want to walk through. And at that point, we don't want it to have too much of the sides. And then we run into a similar issue where we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Then again, we can just do that, which should fix it. relatively. To make it the same on both sides, we need to do that. Which I think is much better. Alright. Alright. Now we can start putting down the general shape of the walls without having to worry too much. We'll still have to worry a little bit because it's only a dirt outline. Doesn't always mean that the more defined one is going to be the best, but you know what? You have to start somewhere. I'm replacing those. Over here I can use a stair to help it so it doesn't feel too pushed into the wall. But it might still feel a little too pushed in. We'll see. Let's go ahead and grab a torch, just so that doesn't become too dark. Then over here can be another little section. Doesn't seem too bad. It does kind of look like if you were to pick it up and look at it from the top, it would kind of curve back there. But we're also dealing with the fact that out here is a relatively flat wall, and in here is, well, this entire room is a circle. So we're having to work around that. I think what I might do instead of putting it inside of the wall is having it outside of it. Sure, it means it's going to take up a lot more room, but I think in the long run, it will be better. Hopefully. Let's go ahead and switch those. So it makes sense if it was right next to the door, but I also want there to be enough of a gap that you can have two doors, so it kind of makes its own little room. Or something along those lines. I mean, that doesn't look awful. In fact, if what we did, well, if we did that, then I wouldn't be able to put a button there. So it depends on if we want to put a button or a lantern there. If we put a button there, then I'll put a lantern on the side that has the stair. But still, that honestly doesn't look bad. Isolating what is going on in the background, just looking at this specific part, I don't hate it. I'm definitely going to need to make at least a few more stairs, but that'll be fine. I'm going to need to make a few more stairs anyways, so it'll be fine. Especially since we actually went and gathered blackstone recently, so. Yay, the blackstone we gathered is coming into use. I knew I was going to use it sometime soon. That's not where I wanted to put it. That doesn't look awful. And then over here, if we have Well, if we have stairs like that, it might be a bit too much, but if we put a slab, maybe it'll be fine. Yeah, slab's perfect. Because then it's kind of showing that it is still progressing upward while also coming a bit closer, since I am, for some reason, picking one of the hardest things to do for a door. I mean, it's not redstone, but it's still diagonal. A diagonal arch, which is difficult in my eyes. And because that side's not going to be seen, we can get away with not putting a stair there. And then on this side, it'll do the same. It'll just kind of hug the cave wall over here, or what will be the equivalent of the cave wall, since I am going to be changing the walls. Which should be good. We'll see, we'll see. I am, however, going to need to make at least 2 more of the... what are they? Chisel? Chisel polished. And then we can copy the pattern over here. Or at least as best as we can, since it's going to be at a different angle. And then over here, it'll be actually about right here. Which isn't too bad. Isn't too bad at all. Would it be better if I put it this way? It is slightly odd, but it's not too bad. Especially since there's not going to be anything, at least as far as I'm aware, I'm not going to put anything that close to that area to make there be a unusable gap. Because the only reason that that unusable gap is there is just because of the pallet wall. And that's not going to be there the entire time. It's just going to be there for as long as I need it to be. There we go. Did I put a slab? I mean, I did on this side. I don't think I'm going to need to put a slab on this side. I can just put a stair. Do something like that. But the main problem would be is that it's not outside of the wall over here. I mean, I can always push back the wall. Because I did carve this out knowing I might have to do that. So if I do push this up, because I already have to do that anyways, because I did not do the best job of the top a little bit. Just in case if that's too dark. I know it's not zero light, but just in case. Yeah, it will be still just barely poking out of the wall. Because right there is where it's supposed to be. Alright. That makes it a lot better. then I also have to think about how I did this in the first place. Was it a slab? Did I do that somewhere? Did I do that behind here, or is that a full block? That's a full block. If I put a slab there, it looks fantastic. Okay. Then over here, I might still want to stick with a slab. Yeah, because it still has the gradual. Lovely. And then if I really need to, I can always replace any of the stone that I break that does legitimately need to be there. But for now, it should be fine. You know what? Wrong one. If we put a stair there, just for the simple fact that this area is a little wonky. Okay, that needs to be a stair. I didn't want there to be too many stairs, but slab does not work there. Or at least not, it doesn't work as well as I'd want it to. Honestly, not terrible. Hold on. Let me make another wall real quick. Because it's going to have the actual lantern. And I want to have the button on this side. Well, I could have the button on this side as well. I'm going to need it on that side. Just for a simple fact of this is going to intrude on the walkway, which we already have. We don't have a whole lot of walking space. I mean, I can always change it, but I want to make sure that I'm not intruding too much on the main platform as well. All right. So that's the general design. And then on the inside, between both of the rooms, we'll have a little center area. You'll have one side of the doorway and another side of the doorway. I don't. I'll have to be really careful with actually placing the doorway with whatever I build it with. Actually, I don't even think I'll have enough space. This side, I'll have enough space. This one, I won't, unless I push this out by one. Hold on. Because I need at least 1, 2, 3. And then bop. Because that's going to be the wall. We're going to push the wall back, technically, but you have 3 visible. You have 3 visible. Well, you're going to have more than 3 visible. Just on a technicality, but I don't think we need this furthest one. I think that will work. Right? Another thing we can do is push it a little bit further to the left here. I'm gonna want to sleep before I look at that. So we have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that does work. And it would give us exactly, if I do it correctly, 1 block of playing room in between the 2 rooms. It's not a whole lot at all, but it might be something I'll be able to play with. If that's the case, then this is probably where I'm going to put the nether brick and the magma. Because it would be in between the 2 areas that you'd want to have that. Just to have the warmth barrier. Either that or slabs. Because you want to be able to see the magma, but you don't want to be able to walk on it or anything. Just having it like that, maybe? You know, I'll build these up by 2. And then we can bring in let's put a stair over here. If I put a wall back there, hold on, let me grab a wall real quick. Wall, 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 wall. If I put a wall back here, does that help it? It might if I put another one. Because if it's just one, it doesn't quite do the trick. Because the main issue is that it had that immediate, hey, we're changing depth, but we're also a stair, so we have an empty space here. So I'm going to want to do the same thing on this side. So let's do 2 of those and a few more bricks. Let's also grab another brick at 2. And those are just gonna, I guess it's kind of randomly, but it's near the magma blocks. And honestly, it doesn't look too out of place, especially since they technically come from the same place, or close enough anyway, that it doesn't clash, which is lovely. I am, however, going to need to put a block back there. There we go. Oh, dang it. Fine, I didn't want to take a further back look at it. I mean, I did, and I still do, but kind of had a wall there. Let's go ahead and grab the brick again. These are going to be relatively thick areas. There we go. As much as I kind of wanted to put a stair there, it probably wouldn't be the best idea to have a well-maintained area, have a random crack in the thing that's protecting the rest of the place from freezing. I will, however, make it a slab, just to change it a little bit. It I honestly liked it before I added the back part. The back part looks good from this side, but from the front it seems like it's a little much. Ooh, you know what? I'm not gonna actually make it out of any of the white blocks. I'm not gonna do pale oak because that's still relatively precious. I'll just use iron. It may be overkill, but I have a lot of it on hand. I'll be able to. I'm just gonna follow this. Okay, please. Thank you. This is legitimately just so I can separate the two areas so I can see what it truly looks like since it's such a dark block. It On this side it looks more messy than the other side. It's not supposed to be. In fact, it seems like a bad idea if it is messy. But if this side isn't looking too messy, we could just put foliage around and say it's the cave. And that's the reason that it looks messy on that side, because they built it around the cave structure and didn't want to dig too much into it without causing structural instability, even though they probably already did that with how open this area is. And as a side note, if I were to just kind of guesstimate where the doors would be, it gives enough of a space that you can see what's going on. And the white isn't terrible, but I don't think I want to make it out of iron. Not only because it's, well, iron, but also because I feel like metal would probably be one of the last things you'd want to make a heat or temperature protection doors out of. Considering the fact that you are trying to keep a certain temperature out, whether it's hot or cold, you probably shouldn't use metal. I really hope I just put a block of iron down like I usually do. I did. All right. I was gonna say, where did my other thing of iron go? It was just in the chest. We'll have to see how this side turns out. And I think I'm gonna leave that for next time. Because I want to come back with a fresh set of eyes to see if I actually do like the front or if I'm going to need to fix the front. Because I actually kind of like how the back's turning out. But I think that's going to be all from me today. So thank you all so much for watching and thank you so much for joining. If you like the live stream, go ahead and hit the like button. If you want to see more content from me, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. And if you want to get notified for any future live streams or videos, go ahead and hit the notification bell. And I'll see you beautiful people next time. Bye.